spins away. Hello, everybody. Hello, hello, hello. Hey, Mr. Mick, Mad Hatter, MPN, Cheryl. Thank you guys. Thank you guys for being here when the show started. That's always good. What's happening, guys? Hey, Mr. Mick, you want to give the announcement and I'll show the photo? Wait till you see this, guys. You're going to like this. You are going to like this a lot. Those of you who are interested, which I think everybody should be. But then again, that's me. Greasy. Yes. Thanks to Mr. and Mrs. Mick, we now have Fretworks hats. Check it out. They're pretty cool. Come on, focus. Focus, focus, focus. So there you go. There you go, man. And they are going to be, I believe he said, in the store sometime tonight. Let me double check here before I say anything. And they will be $20, which is $5 less than most other hats you buy. So there again, you can now get your Fretworks hat if you didn't want to get the shirt. There you go. So that is cool. Very cool. I greatly appreciate that, you guys. Mr. and Mrs. Mick, round of applause. Pump up the volume. Wasn't that a song? Yeah, Mr. and Mrs. Mick are doing a great job. I greatly, and again, this wasn't even planned. This was all, this whole web store idea never, let me turn my headphones down because it sounds like I'm blasting my ears out now. So, wait, hey, Billy Ray, here you go. Look at this. She's going to add them to the store this evening so you can order yourself a hat, Billy. There you go, man. They look like this, but a hat. So, yeah, the whole web store thing, I never planned on doing one because I figured who would want, a shirt or whatever, with the name of this channel on it. And again, out of the kindness of their heart, Mr. Mick and Mrs. Mick sent me a shirt, which it has been washed since Saturday. I will tell you this, though. I found out one thing. I threw this in at the last minute with towels. Do not put a black shirt in with light colored towels. It took me forever with the tape thing to get everything off of it. So, lesson learned. But anyhow, they gifted me the shirt, the hoodie, and the sweatshirt. Well, I found that out, Cheryl. I didn't know that. But I spent probably 10 minutes with the sticky tape thing on it. Um, so they gifted me this stuff, and then again when I posted the unboxing video, got a bunch of people asked about the shirts, and I contacted them, and then that's how it became. So if you want your shirt, the link is on the homepage, and I can put it in here, or I think he said sometime today you will have the, you know what, I think it's in the description too. You will be able to get, oh, I can't look at that while we're live. Crap. Well, you will be able to get the hats. Did I cuss about it? Nope. Actually, Zach, I pretty much stopped cussing. I never did do the F-bombs. But pretty much everything else was on the table. And I pretty much stopped doing that. And the big test is the video games, because they bought me a sign to hang up on the cabin side, and it says warning, and it says may yell at video games, and then they want to put a piece of white tape over it and put will instead of may. So I pretty much quit doing that, and it's going pretty good. I mean, the big test. My wife's impressed. She didn't think I could do it. She didn't think I could just quit cussing, because SOB was like every other word for me. So I've done pretty good, and I did not cuss. I wanted to. I'm not gonna lie. I wanted to, but I just thought of, other things in my head while that was going on. Because my daughter is starting to talk about children. And being 61, I hope it would be really quick. Hi, Peggy. I hope it would be really quick, because I want to, but I don't want any granddaughter or grandson hearing me cuss. So I figured I'd stop. And Peggy will tell you, Peggy heard me in my prime of cussing playing video games. Am I lying, Peggy? But I never did drop an F-bomb. Everything else but that. Intellectually. Well, there you go, Russell. But Peggy did hear me in my glory days of cussing during a video game. She was there. Yeah, well, it is. It really is. And I smoked for a while, and one day I was on my way to work, and I'll tell you how long ago it was. Packs were $2 a pack. And that's another reason why I quit, because they went up. But I stopped at work. Now here's the thing. I did not smoke at home. I only smoked to work, at work, and on the way home. Nothing the rest of the day. And I had people all the time say, well, then you're not a smoker if you're not smoking all the time. I said, I just do it here at work. So one day I was on my way to work. I stopped and bought 2 packs. Had one on the way there. Started working, had another one. And that was one you could smoke while you were working. And then I'm sitting there and I was thinking, well, this is kind of stupid. If I'm not smoking at home, so I'm only smoking 8 to 10 hours out of 24, and I'm spending, $2 a pack. So the pack that I had opened, I just crumbled and threw it in the trash can. And the guy working with me is like, "What the?" He smoked one right after another. I think he went through 2 or 3 packs during a 10-hour shift. And I was like, well, I'm done. And I grabbed the air pack and goes, "Oh my God, before you throw that away, give it to me." So I gave it to him. And I walked away and never had another one or never had a craving for one. So I'm really good at cutting things off and staying away from 'em. And that's like I did with smoking, and then cussing. So yeah, it was funny listening to it, wasn't it, Peg? Yeah, I admit I was I I was good at it. But at least though, Peggy, at least you didn't hear it. Like I sent a reel to MPN just before the show started, and that was like my grandfather, all my uncles, everything. MPN, what you heard right there, that was what I grew up with. So Peggy, at least you didn't hear it with the heavy Italian accent. So, so there you go. Will ya? Will you what? So everybody, thank you. We got Peggy, Russell. Let's see. I saw somebody else. Oh, we got switch the mouse. Zach. Multi. Billy Ray. JD. Greasy. I think that's everybody. Cool. Now I'm getting. So, see, when you say Zach, I'm thinking Zach Thong's here too. Hi, Jim. So, hello, everybody. Thank you all for coming. Today, I was sitting here and started to do some, I get the donated parts, and I have to refurbish a bunch of them when I get them. So, I figured just do it live. Give me some content for a show. Give us something to talk about. So, you guys can ask questions if you want to. But do we have any questions before we go to the bench? I know there's a little bit of time delay here. If I only had something to fill the time. You stole smokes from your dad when he was in high school. I think he. Did me and Peggy ever game together? No. Peggy used to watch on Twitch when me and Alex and a few others would play Call of Duty. Peggy and Jim would hang out and watch the live stream. So I've been playing Call of Duty since it initially came out, originally 20 whatever, however many years ago. So yeah, I'm a big Call of Duty fan. Matter of fact, I was just playing it before I came in here. The only issue I have now, obviously being 61 and not as quick as I was before, now I'm getting probably 10-year-old kids killing me all the time. So, Modern Warfare 2, there you go. Yeah, because they're either hacking or they're like superhuman. But yeah, but I still play. I play my buddy Jed, who someday you guys will see. And had he been able to go to the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame last year, or a year ago, over a year ago, when Rich and his wife flew in from California, because Rich had bought Jed a ticket too. You would have seen Jed, 6'10", 400 pounds. He should have been a wrestler. See, I never got into GTA. Never got into that. I've always been Call of Duty, and then the Tom Clancy Rainbow Six stuff. And I do like the NASCAR. Oh, see, I can't even show you. I can't find my videos on Facebook. But I always drove the DeWalt car, and I had like the killer wreck on there, and I clipped it and saved it. And it was like spun, flipped like 20 some times, landed on the wheels, pulled out, and I ended up winning the race. So, and then I used to play the James Bond games too on the Nintendo. So on our tour bus we had the Super Nintendo. That was right when that first came out. So you had the big 26-inch TV. It was an RCA TV, the Super Nintendo, and we're riding across the country playing Contra. So, but yeah, I play video games all the time. That's how I let aggression out. I don't think I have it anymore. I had one for golf. I had VR on my PlayStation 4, and I had a car that was wild. I mean, you would literally be sitting in the chair driving that thing, and you're going like this with the car leaning with it, and it was freaky. Turn around, you see the entire car, everything. And you're just sitting there. And it was funny watching people do that because they got that headset on. They're just going. Oh, I loved Contra. Matter of fact, as far as I know, Dave will be here Friday. So he'll probably be here Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and then leave Monday. Him and I couldn't even tell you how many hours him and I spent playing Contra. And I wish to God I had all the quarters back I spent in arcades in the 80s and at 7-Eleven. We do the Kung Fu game. I forget what it was called, but I was always the Bruce Lee character. Contra codes. That's right, Garguts. That was the only way we beat that game. Through the Super Nintendo, I had to buy, what was it, the Game Shark or something like that? So I ended up buying that, and that was the only freaking way we was able to beat Contra. Because you just had unlimited lives. You just played, get killed, and keep going. Oh, Peggy, you're that was pixelated back then. Game Genie, yeah, okay. So one of them was the Game Shark, and one was the Game Genie. But that was the only way to beat that game. And of course, my wife always loved the Super Mario Kart and all that stuff. But when PlayStation happened, man, I've been a PlayStation guy ever since. Pong. You know, don't laugh, Matt. I had the Tandy Radio Shack Pong game. Like, took forever. Then you had the Atari with the Missile Command and all that stuff. Yep. No, my cousin, uh, Joey Marisi was in the Guinness Book of World Records for the highest score on Defender arcade game. That was like in the 80s. I'm sure it's been beat by now, but he was in there for a while. Joey Marisi. Again, Italiano. Yeah, I don't do the PC games. I'm using the PlayStation 5 now. I have the 1, 2, 3, 4, 2 4s, and 1 5. Oh, and then I ended up getting before the Nintendo, there was the Pong, the Tandy Company, Atari, and then I got a Texas Instrument TI 99, where you could slide like the cartridges in it and play it that way, or you could write your own programs. And I did a drag racing one time where I sat for like 6 hours typing in all the code and started playing it, and halfway through it quit because I had a semicolon instead of a colon somewhere in there, so I had to rewrite the whole thing. It didn't show you where it was, so I had to start from scratch and do the whole thing. Yeah, I spent like a total of probably 10 or 12 hours just to get that game to play, and then the game sucked. That was the worst part. But yeah, it was a Texas Instrument TI 99. Now I want one. I would love to do the NASCAR one with the killer chairs they have now, where you sit in it and when you go around a bank turn, it actually banks, and you accelerate, it goes up and brake forward. And you got the rumble and all that, and it's got the surround sound. I would love to try that. Hey, searching. Hey, we got to schedule a one of my training classes for this. I'm learning this, but very slowly. Oh, and okay. Billy Ray sent me a photo today. He got my guitar today in Arizona, and he's sending it tomorrow to me. This is it. Charvel Alien. So that's at Billy. I opened it up to make sure it was okay. And then also, for those of you who came in a little bit later, sometime today you'll be able to order Fretworks hats if you want a hat instead of a shirt. And thank you to Mr. and Mrs. Mick for making all this possible. And then when I get that guitar from Billy, that'll give me the extra box, and then I can mail these to him. And then I am proud to announce Pittsburgh held the NFL draft, and they set the all-time draft attendance records in the entire NFL history. Almost 350,000 people. And here's a cool picture of Pittsburgh at night. I don't know how anybody doesn't want to live there. Right where the three rivers are. That trolley car, you can ride that up and down the incline. Mr. Rogers was on there, and that's where the idea came from, the trolley for Mr. Rogers. And then here's another one. That's right where the rivers form the Ohio. And my personal friend that I did take to a strip club, Batman, Michael Keaton, was one of the people who announced the pick for one of the Steelers players because he's from Pittsburgh. Yeah, Resolution, Michael Keaton, a.k.a. Batman, started on Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood. Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood was filmed in Pittsburgh. That's where Fred Rogers lived. Yeah, well, yes, backstage, that's true. He's great. Michael's great, man. Of course, I only knew him as, the Night Shift, and then Mr. Mom, and then he was filming Gung Ho. Night Shift, he was with Henry Winkler when they started the being pretty much pimps for the whores. Uh-oh. Fretworks hats are now live on the store. I don't know if that was before Gung Ho or after. I love that movie, though. Oh, yeah, John. And that's why I said, I always laugh because, Joe Piscopo was in that movie. And I always say that they modeled him after my Uncle Green Mancini. And yes, Green is his first name. Tell me that Joe Piscopo didn't look like that. My mother hung me on the hook once. Only once. Oh, here's my great-grandmother and grandfather's grave. He was born in 1884, and she was born in 1890. Silvetti. Centimio and Ernesta. And for those of you who don't know, I always thought my dad was Elvis. So here's me and my dad in 1969. My dad's holding me, but I always thought he was Elvis when I watched the movies. Look. They used to get a kick out of that. I'd be like, hey, look, Dad's on TV. Yeah, you think? That's me, 1969. I was a sergeant, so I guess you could call me a Vietnam era veteran. And you just saw my Uncle Green there, and here he is with me and my Aunt Collie. He did. He ran the mob, man. From Youngstown to Canton, Ohio. Uh, me, I was almost 6'3", but now with back surgery and knees gone, I'm just like at 6 foot. And he was like 5'8", maybe 5'7". Little Italian guy with a lot of pull. He was 100% Sicilian. And my Aunt Collie, his wife, I can tell you what cast iron frying pans feel like on your back. Never get Italian women mad. And my great grandfather, Centimio and Ernesta, this is him and her and all my aunts and uncles, or my aunts and uncle, and my grandmother was on the end holding the purse. That's right when they came from Italy. The one over here, right here, she died not long after this picture was taken. But they were like just off out of Ellis Island, and that was the first thing he wanted done. My great grandfather was a photo taken of them when they got here to send back over to Italy. So I say grandmother. When I say Nona or no, people were like, huh? So, all right. Oh, every time I got to remember to take the screensaver timer off that thing. All right, so we're gonna go to the bench. Any questions before we go to bench? Any questions about anything? So again, where's my wife from? New York City. She is from the Big Apple. My Uncle Green, Beth doesn't have any Italian in her blood. And for the older family members, that was an issue. Till they got to know her. But this is kind of well, it's kind of a dirty joke thing. Usually the guys laugh and the girls don't. But when my Uncle Green first met her. And then she went with my Nona into the kitchen. And my Uncle Green says, "Does she have any Italian in her?" I said, "Yeah, 2 or 3 times a week." Sorry, I had to say that. He spit he spit his coffee out. He was laughing so hard. So I don't mean to make anybody mad or gross, but that was a joke that I did to him to try to break the ice and ease the temperature, ease it over. So he thought that was funny. Uh, so I do apologize if that offended anybody, but I was trying to break the ice with him. Yes, he is going, Mr. Mick. Yeah, he's going to be. I guarantee you, he's going to be a starter from now on there. Okay, so with that out of the way, and I can't believe I even said that, but still, it was funny, and he that made him laugh. That was my biggest goal, was to make him laugh, because if he didn't laugh, you needed to trust me. If he wasn't laughing or didn't find something funny, you either didn't want to be around, or you would like sit in a chair, like just something was going to happen. So, all right, let me switch cameras and I'll go over there. We'll go to the bench, and you'll see what I have, some switches and potentiometers that I need to clean up. So there they are. And you guys like that view? Or do you want the, or both? Probably the overhead one, right? I think that's what you. Okay, let me get the chat page here on the phone. Turn the volume down. So we're live. Okay. So that also works as a great phone holder. Besides holding your guitar neck, your guitar and tools, it's a great phone holder. So usually, wow, these ones are the smaller ones. Usually, when I get a bunch of potentiometers and switches sent to me, they look like this. Oh. Yeah, this kind. They end up looking like this. And I test them. As long as they still work, I clean them up. because they all, they all go. This one today looked a lot like this one. So this is what I did today. I clean them up, and then I clean them out with this once I'm done, and make sure that they're all good, and then they get reused. So that one is done, and an array of tools to get it done. What did I miss? MPN. 20th anniversary tomorrow. There you go. Cool. Congratulations. 20 years. I know man's going to know what I'm talking about right there. So I'll go through and cut off what I can cut off, then I'll burn off the rest or break out the files. Hey, Derek. Yeah, that, like I said, man, that's I've been with Beth. This is our 39th year of marriage, and we've been together a little over 41 years. And it's funny because most of our friends are on at least their second, if not third or fourth marriage. So yeah. Cut some more of this stuff off, the bigger pieces. So yeah, when I get donated parts from everybody, I usually go through. I'll take a day or during the day, and I'll dig out, throw out all the potentiometers and switches, and pretty much clean them all up and make them usable again. As long as they work. There's a couple have been in packages. I've got some that's had quite a few potentiometers in there. And out of all of them, I probably only had maybe 3 or 4 that were actually bad. But if you're not buying new, my saying is you got to make do. I got to see what all yours needs first, Garguts. So, you know what? That's funny. I got your guitar coming here now. The one from Hawaii is being shipped this week. So, we're going to have a couple good shows coming up. Rain today, rain tomorrow. 80 last week, 38 degrees this morning. That's springtime in Ohio. That one's done. Okay. Clip all the extra wires off. I'll go through and melt these a little bit and get the old wire out of them. That one ain't even attached. Try to cut the big chunks off. So this is what I say when you guys ask what parts I need. I said don't matter because it's all they get cleaned up and get used as long as they work. I test them all first, and again, if they don't work, then I'll just throw them away. So, all right, let me get this on. So, hey, Rocky. Cut these off. So yeah, I mean, when you it doesn't take much to make them usable again. Just got to put the time into it. Plus, it kind of gives me something to do during the day. And keeps your soldering skills up. So I look at it this way: if the wires are over 5 inches long, I save them. If they're not, I pitch them. Actually, I can just heat those up and pull them off. These. Yeah, so I talked to our friend in Hawaii via email, and he's packing that up this week and sending it. Garguts' guitar is coming from Texas. My guitar is coming from Arizona. And then Billy, I got two going to Billy to Arizona. So, get guitars crisscrossing each other in the country all week. Which makes it kind of fun. Because I love guitars. Crap, got the wrong tip on for this. That out of there. Um, I do have there is am I being haunted? Am I being haunted? Because I see something here. Look at this. Well, in the tradition of Italiano, and again, you know, since I'm not writing a name and crumbling it up and throwing it away, I'm trying to do my own version of closing the book. Craftsman was very nice. Wear safety goggles. Well, I don't have safety goggles. Wow. That knocked everything over. Hold on. Wait. Oh, I smashed the clap button. Now it no longer works. Good. Here we go. Don't know even who that was about anymore. They're gone. So, well, I kind of moved everything here. Onward and upward. Sorry if that hurt your guys' ears. I didn't even think about that ahead of time. I apologize. We're going to do all this. Although I did warn my knife. I did warn my wife. If you hear smashing down here tonight, don't worry. I was just cleaning. All right. So now we are going to finish removing all these wires, cleaning all this up. And moving on. Was that big wheels rolling, moving on? The white line is the lifeline of the nation. And Will and Sonny keep it moving on. I think it was something like that. I used to love that show. Who knows? Maybe this video will go viral, at least the first 40 minutes of it, or however long it's been. Getting, ooh, look at that big gob. You know, it's funny though. You see, a lot of these parts, and it's interesting because I don't know. You know, once I get them, I put them all together, so I just know who's donated, but I don't know which ones they've donated. When I get a bunch of switches and stuff like that, and it's interesting to see. Like what they were hooked up to, or how they were even wired. I've had a couple was like, wow, I've never seen that before, and I tried it, and it actually worked. You know, given different sound type deal. Get all the wires off. Okay, so now all the wires off. All right. And I try to get as much of the stuff off as I can. And I use this blade tip for this kind of stuff, so I can get it melted, then just kind of like scrape it off as much as you can. Now I got that song in my head. There was this. Let me get this in here. So like I tell people, they're like, what do you need? What do you need? Anything. Never know what's going to come across the bench. Never know what I'm going to need. Old parts, vintage. Well, I don't want to say vintage, but stuff that's really old, or newer stuff. You never know. I just like to get whatever it is and get it all ready, and eventually. That's what I said. I was getting down to the bottom of the barrel. These are the last of the pot stuff. Because I do need some more if anybody's willing. Okay, so we got wires off, everything, right? Oh, yeah, I'll leave that on there. All right, let me sweep this mess up, and then I'll start getting the extra solder off of them. So yeah, this is I don't just take the part and put it in the guitar. I try to make it look as neat as can be. And sometimes you can get really good. You can get it really good and clean, where they even look like sometimes they were never used before. And sometimes you can't get them that good looking, but they still work. So it all gets used, guys. Doesn't matter what it is, it all gets used at some point in time. But I wanted to show you that I actually do sit and do this with the parts, and all the pickups. I'm going to start. I have, all the ones that RJ sent me, and some that other. I don't know how many I got left, but anyhow, there's probably There's quite a few actually, but they're all, you know, like the cheaper ones. They're not Seymour Duncan or DiMarzio. So what I'm going to go ahead and do is, I mean, it might not be that exciting for you guys since you've seen me do it twice now, but I'm going to do a night where I wax pot, and there's probably 20 in there between single quills and double quills. But I'm gonna wax every one of them because, believe it or not, guys and gals, it does help. It really does help. It makes a big difference. It will quiet that pickup down really good. So again, I use the blade type when I'm doing this kind of stuff just so I can get it wet and kind of scrape it off to the edge. And then once I scrape it off to the edge, I can cut it off with the cutter. And I'm at 800 degrees here too, so. Well, do it that way. Get it melted and flowing. It's hard to do. Yeah. See the effect here in a minute. You can see what's coming off of it. Get the big chunks off. And then what I'll do is I'll file that down. Smooth it up. But here the best part about all this though is once you do this, you never have any trouble with solder sticking to the top of the pots anymore. Had I been about 15 years older or 20 years older, I may have been able to work for Uncle Green. I know he used to always give me a hug and say, you got here too late. I could use a big, strong guy. Do that. There's some. It just fell off. So yeah, it was Uncle Green was a trip, man. Very, very, very old school. Respect was everything. And he could respect you for business and deal with you, but not like you. But loyalty and respect were the biggest things. You don't disrespect people. And again, that's, ooh, I grew up with him, my grandfather. That's just how I was raised. That's why I was always a little different than other guys my age, because I was raised by them, not because I didn't have a dad. Obviously, my dad he would work 4 hours in one body shop, 4 hours in the other, then go work at International Harvester for 8 hours, then come home. So I very rarely saw him, but he was providing for the family. And because he did that, he had the utmost respect from all his uncles and relatives. And then when I got old enough, I got to start working with him at the plant, International Harvester, then Navistar. So it was weird, seeing my dad working with my dad, as opposed to having him just as dad. I almost brought his his Weller soldering gun in today when I went out to get my little friend. That his soldering iron was in the same drawer. I almost brought that in. I don't know how well that would work on this. I mean, I know it still works, but oh my God, hey, he hasn't used it for probably 20 years. And it's been around since the early 70s. I remember when, because he also fixed electronics. Oh wait, I'm putting him in the wrong place. Yeah. Let's try to get some more of that one off. I used to have, I gave my solder sucker away. I never replaced it. But believe it or not, this kind of stuff, doing this like this, actually relaxes me. Get off there. There we go. Yeah, I just sit and do this to relax. And again, what basically keeps me going is I know it's getting used. This stuff's getting used for somebody who needs it. Scrape it off, heat it up, and scrape it off with that knife blade. There's that. Yeah. Oh, got some there. Big old chunks on that one. So I just basically heat it up and just push it off. Like that. If it goes on the side, I can cut it off. Look at that big chunk. That. I mean, I'm sure there's been times I've used the wick, got it, and let the solder get on it, and I've seen times. You know what? Dane had a guitar that he opened up the back of it for something. I don't remember. I think he cleaned the pots out, and this was what they used to ground the pickups, the pots together. I thought that was pretty neat. So you get this down as much as you can, then it doesn't take that much with the file to get it all cleaned up. And I also take the needle nose and I'll re-squeeze those, not these ones, the other ones, just to make sure they got good grip on them. So it's not hard to do this, and the one pawn shop I went to one time, I don't know if someone come in and just sold a bunch of parts to him, or if he, the owner himself, worked on guitars or whatever. But I went in there one day, and there was a box about the size of a shoebox, a woman's shoebox, not a regular shoebox, full of potentiometers that had stuff all over them. He sold me the whole box for like $4. God, that was probably 10 years ago. And I sat here for a week doing this. Got them all cleaned, and I think there was only one out of that whole bunch that didn't work. And you see I tested it, and it's 468. It's 500K pot. I do that too. When I remember, I write on what. And there's 455. Okay. 455, 468. These ones these are newer ones. I don't have them marked. But I test them, they're all good. Oh, wait. That one. Just heat it up, push it off. So it's interesting to see how some of these are wired up, and then Some have really good solder joints. Some don't. So you just sit here. Usually do this. Start getting it. The bigger one. Just to get the rust of it off and get it out of there. Well, that's why I'm using the knife blade, Uncle Raymond, because I just get it hot enough, it just pushes it off. I'm not letting the whole thing get hot. I mean, I just did that one. I'm holding it. As soon as the solder starts, I just start pushing. But I found out this thing is freaking awesome for this. Watch. It's not perfect, but it's clean and usable. And then after I do that, I just hit it with the cleaner. And it's ready to go back into a guitar. I want to do it the other one that was done. Oh, up here. No, this is, I think these came from StewMac. Torsen sent me some. Yeah. So it's like, you just, I don't know if they're from StewMac. They might be Amazon. I don't know where. I know StewMac sells something like this. I don't know if this is actually the same one. But they're 4 frets more than anything. Hey, Lewis. How you doing? Thank you for hanging out, man. And flip it over. Here you go, Mad. Look at this one. Good to hear that, Lewis. Hey, Lewis, Mrs. Mick got hats on the website now. If you want a Fretworks hat. Here you go, Matt. I'm not even going to look at it first. I'm going to show it everybody. Look at that. And that little notch right there. Hit the little spray. We got good even turn. No heavy or light spots, so it's all still all solid. Good. Good to go. Yeah, I mean, this stuff works. But yeah, it's doing stuff like this with the donated parts, man, that makes everything work. I've never had one go bad, Uncle Raymond. I'm not saying they never will. But if I put one in that doesn't work, I'll just put another one in. And when I can buy new, I always buy some. I wish I could find a big shoebox of them again like that one time, man. That was great. Here, Matt, here's another one. A little dab of. Good to go. So yeah, sometimes if it's really heavy, I'll do this first. Good night, Matt. MPN, who's winning? Penguins are taking on the Flyers tonight in Pittsburgh. Well, have a good appointment in the morning, sir. See, that's why I'm different. I don't need that much sleep, man. I never did, apparently. Well, before Uncle Raymond, when I was working, I did buy everything new. And but now that when I was I was literally forced to retire. I tried to go back. Doctors wouldn't let me go. They even sent letters stopping me because I did not want to retire. And so once that happened, I did what I could as I could, and it took a lot. I swear to God, it took a lot for me to ask for donations of parts and or guitars or whatever. So now, the guitars are getting fixed, used, rebuilt with the used parts. But I do try to make them, that's still going to look better in the cavity than what it did before. That's going to look better than this. If you had the choice. Here. So, again, I make sure they work. Even after I do the, actually before I put them in. But I mean, I literally, with all the parts that you guys donate, and I'm grateful for, I literally sit. There's so much more time I put into this than you guys know. And this, I just wanted to show you. This is one of them right here. So you get this. We got waxing the pickups, or if bridge parts or stuff like that is corroded, I'll put them in the sonic cleaner. I clean and get everything ready. Everything going. Before I fix the guitar. There's a lot. It's not just take a part out of the box and put it in. Because the whole purpose of it is to get them a playing instrument, one they don't have to worry about. Yeah, I didn't want to retire. I loved working the job. I just did so much to my body over the years, not doing stuff correctly, that it finally gave out on me. So that's why, like Jed's going to be 31. He's younger than my own son, but he's going to gym every morning now, and he's like, dude, what do I need to do? How do I need to do it so I don't end up like you in 30 years? So yeah, weightlifting and football destroyed my body. So there's a reason that you lift the proper way. And again, when I was that young, it wasn't hurting then, and I didn't think it ever would, so I didn't want to listen. I remember my one football coach telling me, he's like, he goes, I know, you're hard-headed, you think you know it all, and you're doing it now, and it's working great for you, and you're fine. He said, but I guarantee you, there's going to come a day and he said it's going to happen pretty much overnight. You're going to wake up one day and you're going to not be able to get out of bed. You're going to wonder what happened. He said, I'm telling you right now, this that you're doing completely wrong is what's going to cause it. I just laughed. Didn't think anything was going to hurt you. So, I don't know. It's so hard to explain that to kids today and tell them, you're doing this for a reason. It's set up this way for a reason. And they just don't get it. And I understand, because I was the same way. It's not hurting you at the time, so how's it going to hurt you later? It's exactly what I thought. No. Spray it out. No tight spots, no super loose spots. We're all good. Yeah, apparently they didn't. I did. I was trying to remember that the other day. And matter of fact, I called one of the guys I lifted with in high school. Ooh, that one's loose. Uh-oh. Might have a broken one here. He's now a football coach in New Jersey. And I say, Greek. He's the one that the football coach at the end of football season made it mandatory that all football players had to do wrestling. And I told him I wasn't going to do it. And he's like, you want to play football next year? You're going to do it. I said, well, guess I'm not going to play next year. There's nothing off my back. He's like, why don't you want to wrestle? I said, because you don't wrestle. I said, I want to do it like they do on TV. I don't want to do this other stuff that you guys do here. And Greek was our state champion wrestler. He did win the state. And he's like, well, what do you mean? And so I said, Greek, get down there. So I ended up picking him up and body slamming him. And you can't do that. I said, exactly. That's why I don't want to wrestle. Yeah, but if you don't wrestle, you're not. I say, it's not my loss, it's your loss. I said, I already got colleges wanting me. So then he made it to where we didn't have to wrestle if we didn't want to, as long as we stayed in a training weightlifting program, which I was doing anyhow. So I asked Jim, that was his name, Jim Matizakis. I said, hey, Greek, I said, what was, when we were lifting, I said, what was my bench? My max. He said, you did five reps of 500. He said, you could have done more, but we stopped you. Because I know I used to work out curl with the bar. The bar went across your chest and behind your arms. 250 pounds was my workout. I did 3 sets of 10, 250-pound curls. Then there was days I just get into like, yeah, that was not going to be any good. That was it's broke off inside. Crap. Yeah, all right. These are all tight. Yeah, I had a blast doing it. I loved lifting weights. That's what I was doing. I was, doing the lifting for strength, and I also ended up doing, basically my body accepted it like bodybuilding, like you wouldn't believe. Always got accused of steroids, and I'm like, okay, test me whenever you want. Take me out of class if you have to. I don't care. Don't announce it. But being built that way is what saved my life, too, when I fell off the car. Because I looked a lot like Goldberg with long hair. Well, that shot off there. Hey, Greasy, I'm telling you, when Dennis called me after his cataract surgery, Dennis Klein, man, he was so happy. He was like, dude, I can see like I did back in the 80s. And he couldn't wait to start putting all the detail back into the paint jobs. He didn't last long after that. But I know he was very pleased with how well he was able to see again. Good. I, on the other hand, am not looking to both knee replacements, but I made the mistake of watching complete knee replacement surgery on YouTube. Should have never done that. Squeeze all these back down. Whether they need it or not. I mean, you know, when you're just learning how to play guitar, if you have to fight the guitar, how serious are you going to take it? Not very. I've seen too many kids give up because the guitar was just either a junky guitar or it wasn't set up properly. And whoever was giving the lessons never told them, hey, you could have it set up. Or they may have and they couldn't do it, couldn't afford to have it done. Who knows? So that's literally why I go through all this with this stuff, so they don't have to worry about it. Those are good. Those are good. That's clean. Oh, no, I'll get that in a minute. Where'd that go? It went under the bench like everything else hits the floor. There it is. So, yeah, I look at this as my job now, is just doing this for people. Hey, Ogre. Hey, by the way, Ogre, since you were here, if you want a Fretworks hat, they are now available on the web store. Thanks to Mr. and Mrs. Mick. All right. Clean these ones out. Now what I'm doing is just going through, yeah, it's a nice looking hat. She just got them on there a little bit ago. And it's $5 cheaper than everybody else's hats. Cool. All this stuff is ready to get used on somebody's guitar. But literally, everybody, that's what I'm down to right there as far as this stuff goes. So if I get a Les Paul, it takes 4 of them. That wipes out, that leaves me what? That. So if you guys have one or have any, and you don't know what to do with them, or need to clean up your room, or make room for other stuff, get a hold of me, please. Because they do get used and they do go to a good cause. Well, StuMac shipping is what kills you, usually. And I had it before, but I had to spend, I think, $150, and then I got the StuMax for free. Well, this past year, like right around Black Friday, I believe, they had a deal. Go on their website and buy anything, and you got 1 year of StuMax for free. Well, I didn't believe it because, like I said, I had to spend $150 last time to get it. So I thought, you know what? I'll try it. So I bought a pack of strings for $11. And they sent me the strings, and I got StuMax for the entire year. So if you're going to continuously, order stuff from them, not necessarily tools, but they do sell, tuners and all this stuff, then yeah, it's a good thing to get because they'll have a lot of, their stuff's expensive. I'm not going to lie to anybody. Hey, these two, I'll save this one. But they do run specials where they got stuff 30% off, 50% off. Sometimes you even get a buy one, get one free. And then what nails you on that is the shipping. So if you get the StuMax, then you got it made. So I think they're only charging $50 for it now, which isn't bad if you're going to use them to buy stuff from. If you're, hardly ever going to get anything from them, then it may or may not work for you. It's just something to think about. But I order fret wire. I order, stuff like that from them all the time, so. So yeah, it's something to, I got it. I love it. But again, I paid for it the one time. Like I said, I had to spend $150, and I got it for free with that. And then this past November, I think it was November. I think it was Good Friday. They had that. I actually got an email that said, buy anything from us and get 1 year StuMax free. And again, I'm thinking, I'm missing something somewhere. There's got to be a catch. So I bought one set of Diodario NYXL strings, and I got StuMax for a whole year. I was like, wow, you can't beat that. So that's something to something to think about. But yeah, it's worth having. It truly is. And if you're going to get into working on guitars more and more, then yeah, I definitely get it. Because the more you work on guitars, even if it's your own, and you're constantly working on them, you're eventually going to need the better tools. So it's kind of like a buy once, cry once deal, but you get the lifetime guarantee, so that that makes it all worthwhile. But if you're just a casual person working on guitars, then most times a lot of the Amazon stuff will work for you. But again, that's you're not doing it all day, 4 or 5 days a week. That's like the guitars coming from Hawaii. I got to put stainless steel frets in that. So Amazon stuff may get you through one fret job that way, and it may not. So that's when something, stuff from StewMac would definitely come in handy. But I look at, just like I did at the shop with Snap-on stuff, buy once, cry once, and then you got it and you're good with it. When you get lifetime guarantees with it, then and it's something you're going to use all the time, then it's definitely worth it. But I have a friend of mine that bought, get this, a torque wrench, a digital torque wrench from Snap-on. And I don't remember exactly. I want to say he paid $1,200 for it because he happened to be at his friend's garage when the Snap-on guy showed up. And he doesn't work on cars that often to justify it. But he, like a kid in a candy store, it was new. He saw it, he liked it, and he bought it. But if you're doing, automotive work where you're charging people, then eventually you get it paid back. But just to have it in your garage and use it maybe twice, the whole time you have it, is that worth $1,200? No. So it's kind of like the tool stuff here for the guitars. But I'll never tell anybody not to buy the good stuff. Some people have the money, and that the money doesn't matter. It's fine; they can do it. Then, by all means, buy the good stuff. Just remember, 9 times out of 10, you get what you pay for. Not always, but I would say at least 8 times out of 10. Now I need to get a drink. I don't need my Timney triggers and Johnny Glock triggers match anymore, or Loophole. Don't need this now. I can take this back out in the garage. So, while I am here, anything else you guys want to see? Yep. All greasy, believe me. I'm a Snap-on and Mac guy myself. So we got these look a lot different. They're still good. They're now usable. And you know you don't have a problem solder sticking to the top of them anymore. There we go. So anytime I get donations, guys, I go through this. Whether it's just one bag or a big box. Like pick guards. If pick guards are dirty, I'll clean them. Bridges, if they're rusty, I take them apart, clean them. If I have to replace springs or stuff like that, then I'll go get springs and replace them. So just it all gets used. That's the main thing. And I thank every one of you guys who's ever donated or anybody's considering donation. Thank you so much. You can't see it, but I did paint. I can show you this. I painted the natural wood shelves black. So you guys never see this side of the bench looking over. I gotta get rid of that. So there's that. Oh, wait. Oh, no, that's probably screwed up because of the light. So now the shelves are black. Just made it look a little bit neater, tidier. So. Yep. I remember my dad, even though he didn't take care of them in his, he took care of the tools. They weren't abused and they weren't dirty. He just, and it may be, now that I think about it, I mean, I'm looking at his photo right there. I have his obituary. So he's always here at this was one of the benches in his garage. So he's always here with me when I'm at this bench, and it's your bench, Dad. So, it's not that he didn't take care of the tools. He didn't abuse them. He didn't use ones for pry bars that weren't pry bars, and they weren't filthy. He just didn't put them in the box, like this. They would get thrown in, and now that I think about it. And I just thought about this the other day because I cut some more foam for one of these other drawers. So he's working 2 body shops, 7 to 11, and then going to the other one and working there from 11:30 to 3, then working at International Harvester from 3:30 to 11. Maybe he just threw the stuff in the box because he didn't have the time to, and it just became habit after that. Because he didn't abuse the tools. I mean, he didn't bend wrenches and use long screwdrivers as pry bars or chisels. He used them for what they were supposed to be used for. And the paint guns were always spotless. But then it just occurred to me, maybe he just didn't have the time. And as long as it was in the box and locked up, that was good enough. So that just occurred to me the other day. I never thought of that before. I just thought he just, it's a box. It's tools. There you go. And maybe I was wrong all these years. Who knows? No, Lewis, he used what they were for. Always did. He would, yeah. Even when I was a kid, I remember one time I took a hammer and one of his screwdrivers and started hammering on it, and he let out a yell that scared the crap out of me. He didn't hit me or yell at me. He just yelled, "Out!" I didn't know what. I was like, "What?" I was probably about 8 when that. I still remember that. That's not to be used like that. So I mean, he did take care of them. He just didn't. I think he must have thought, hey, they're in the box, they're locked up, they're fine. And then when I got older, I was the one searching through the box trying to find what he needed, so he didn't have to worry about it being organized. So maybe he just didn't have the time. So then, then he got on council, then president of council, then mayor. So he was just always on the go. Let me switch back to the desk. Hey, Steve. Yeah, that's the 25th of May will be 1 year for my dad. He was 83. But the last 5.5 years of his life were gone. He really wasn't there. He had a surgery, was in recovery. Everything was fine, and he had to go to a nursing home for like a week, and he got infected because they didn't take the PICC line out and change it, and it put yeast in his blood, and he died, and he was gone for 8 minutes and 10 seconds. The nurse worked on him 8 minutes, 10 seconds and brought him back. And the neurologist told us the whole back section of his brain was gone. It was dead. And the doctors told us, I thanked the doctor when I beat it from here to Columbus when that happened. And I thanked the doctor, and he's like, "Don't thank me, the nurse did it." He said, "I'm not trying to be mean." And his doctor actually told me this. He said, "I'm not trying to be mean." He said, "But if I was the one doing it, your dad wouldn't be here right now." And I just kind of looked at him. I'm like, "What?" I didn't know. I didn't know what to say. I thought, "What the?" I said, "Why?" And he's like, "Look at him." And I looked over at him, and he was 100% ventilation. He said, "See that right there?" I said, "Yep." He goes, "That's all he's ever going to be from now on." She did 8 minutes. He said, "We do 4 at the most." He said, "People," and he actually told me, he said, "People think that we're cold for stuff like that." He said, "But it saves you a lot later on," which 5.5 years of that, him not being my dad. He was bedridden. Couldn't get out of bed, couldn't talk. He went from judging car shows and painting cars to nothing. He weighed 275, and he was a big man, not fat. He was a big. He died at 130 pounds. No muscle, just skin over bones. And it was at the point where my sister was changing his diaper. And he never wanted that. When we would go to anybody that we worked with or knew, and I'd go, and he'd always tell me, "If I ever have to end up like that, you pull the plug. I don't want to live like that." Well, he never wrote it down. And where my mom is still here, she had the final say, and she refused to let him go. So he suffered for 5.5 years, and it was bad. So he yeah, I'll show you. Here's a perfect example. Here he was. Let me take a picture of this. This is the nurse coming in. See, I spent 21 days when he was in the coma. I spent 21 days there with him in the hospital while he was on the ventilator. And I wasn't prepared for that when I walked in the room. I was not prepared for that. So here he was right before he had the surgery. Right here. So he would have been 77 right here. So he had the surgery. And here he was. This matter of fact, this photo here, him and I were we were at a shooting range. And the wind was blowing like crazy, and he was laughing because it was blowing he couldn't hit the bullseye. So he had the surgery, and he went from that to this. Look at his legs. He couldn't do anything. He couldn't talk. Here was his home health care lady here, and they got him a wheelchair, powered wheelchair, but he couldn't even drive it. Look at his legs. He went from what I showed you to that in 5.5 years' time. Yeah, that's there's him and my mom at their wedding, and the maid of honor and best man. So yeah, don't just be, if they want to, they don't want to live like that, don't let them. And again, that was him, me and him in 1969. So that's good. Yeah, Ogre, like I said, it's coming up on a year, and my mom's going to be here. She's coming. She's going to be here for 6 weeks again. Well, last year she ended up being here for almost 8 months, and then she's going to be here on the anniversary of his death, and she wants me to take her down to the cemetery. She just turned 83, so yeah, it's never hard or it's never easy. So yeah, well, my sister lives right down the street from her, and then when she's here, she still has two brothers left and one sister left. So there was three boys and three girls, and the middle sister died, and the oldest brother died. So when she's here, she still has them to go see. So yep, yeah, Lewis, make every day count because he was perfectly healthy. What had happened is he was in his garage, and he just finished detailing the IROC that I now have. It's one of his show cars. And he turned around, started walking, and he just he bought a zero turn riding mower, and he had it for about a month. And the ramps that he used to get it out of the back of the truck, he had on the side of the car, and he didn't realize it. So he turned and put his foot down, and one foot hit the two ramps stacked, and he like took off stumbling forward. It's on video camera. We have the whole thing. He stumbled forward and went face first on the concrete floor, and it broke his ocular cavity and two ribs. And then when they went and did all the check, they took him to the hospital and all that, and the doctor said that he found something, a mass around the gallbladder or something like that, and it never occurred to us because the accident. We were all worried about him. The doctor's like, I need to do the surgery, get in there, and we're like, well, yeah, please do it, whatever it takes. And what happened? He had the Whipple surgery. Look that up. The Whipple surgery is hard for people in their 20s to recover from, let alone someone that was 77. And he started recovering from it. And what happens, they had a PICC line in the side of him right here. And they never changed it. It was in there for like 14 days. And it got all infected. And that's what caused him to have the heart attack that killed him for 8 minutes. And he was dead after that, basically. I mean, he went from talking like this to, that's all he could, stuff like that. And he was like this all the time. Yeah, it was. Oh, yeah, Peggy, and I know where you're going with that, and we tried. But because he didn't have one test, he had all these tests done, and they needed to do one other test about the yeast in the blood, but the test is too dangerous. They said it would have probably killed him, so they didn't do the test. So because they didn't do that test, we can't do anything. Believe me, we tried. And meanwhile, with my mom not letting us, or not letting them just make him comfortable and let nature take its course, she ended up blowing through all his retirement and everything that he had for her. Because the nurse, everything was self-pay, she ended up doing. So I said, if he knew what she did, because he did not want to live that way, but because he didn't write it down, there was nothing, unless we actually had 3 meetings with the doctors at Ohio State. And they said, if your mother says she doesn't want to make the decision, then it would fall on me and my sister. And she wouldn't do it. She kept saying she's been with him since her junior year in high school. And he did everything. She didn't know how to do anything. She never did any of the finance. He did it all. And so she refused. Because at one point, we had her almost talked into it. Because I'm like, Mom, Dad doesn't want to live this way. He made me promise not to let this happen to him. So we almost had her talked into it, and he was in the coma. So I went up and told him, talked to him, said my goodbyes. My sister went and did it, and we walked Mom up to do it. And as soon as she got right by him, she started crying, said, I can't do it. I can't live without you. You can't. You got to stay here. You got to fight this. And it just, I understand why she did it, but he went through hell that last 5.5 years. That's why his Les Paul Jr. will never get sold. I ended up with his tools. I ended up with the IROC. My mom sold both Mustangs, but she told me if I want his Lincoln, I can have his Lincoln. But I got nowhere to put it. So it's in her her extra garage up there, or his extra, it's up there. She told me, if you want it, come get it. So it sucks. So if they're still here, guys, do things with them. Because no matter how long they're here, it's never long enough. So Chris King sent a video. Chris, good friend. Oh, Peggy, I do. I have a lot of memories, Yeah, he was always at work and all that, but he never missed a football game or any kind of play or whatever I did at school. He never missed any of that. Um, you know, I had the opportunity to work on my first Chevelle with him. So, yeah, it was pretty good. And like I said, you know, I ended up working with him for almost 12 years total at International Harvester. Or, well, then Navistar. It was International Harvester when I started, and they switched to Navistar the year later. But I got to work with him then here in Shadyside at the stamping plant, which is where they filmed part of Gung Ho. And then he went to Springfield because he had enough time in the union, obviously, that he was still on the recall list. I didn't, so I got cut off the recall list after about a year laid off. So when I went up to Springfield, because around here at that time, the coal mines were shutting down, the steel mills were shutting down. There was nothing really, and Springfield was hiring, so that's why we moved to Springfield. And I started working at the weld shop that did all the prison, the windows, the doors, the bunk beds, the stools for the meeting, all that stuff. We did all the prison stuff, and then I reapplied at Navistar again when they had a major hiring event. And because I had worked for them before, I had a different color. I got like an orange application where everybody else who never worked for them had a white one. And then they went through that, and I got back on. But they couldn't hire me back as union because I was knocked off the recall list. So they hired me in as management, and I was my dad's boss. So it was interesting. Lots of good memories. And that guitar, you know, that's the very first guitar I've ever held. The very first guitar that I learned how to play like 3 chords on it. So it's always going to be here. Or at least as long as I'm here, it will be. And then I'll give it to Cole. But after that, I don't know what will happen because they don't have any children. So, all right, let's change the subject. Again, fretwork shirts if you want one. Or I don't have the hat myself. They're just on the web store tonight. And again, thank you to Mr. and Mrs. Mick. Like I said, I never planned on a web store or merchandise, but it worked out really nice. And Mrs. Mick did a wonderful job. Because apparently it was hard to get this this actual logo to print out right because of all the different. I don't know how she's doing it. I know, Mr. Mick. Look on. Well, hold on. Let me see if I can find the. Let me go here and get the link so I can post it here in the chat. Copy link address. Okay, tell me if this works, guys. Oh, I don't want that. Or I mean, I do want that, but I want the other page. Okay, let me know if this works. Somebody click on it, please, because I can't tell from here. I can post it here, but I can't check it. Wow, that's awful. Yeah, that's not something. Hold on. Hold on. Something didn't work there. Let me go here. Let me try this. Okay, let's try this one. Because I just posted the other one. It was like a mile long, and it didn't even put it up. There you go. Try that one. So you can get the shirt, a sweatshirt or a hoodie, and the hats. And I don't even have a hat yet, so you guys will get it before I do. Can't click on it? Oh, that. Hold on. Okay, let me do this then. I'll go to. There is. Okay, this one. Try this one. Worst comes to worst, go to the home page. It'll be there. But see if that one works. Thank you, Scott. Oh, I got to do my Dane. I always show stuff for Dane. That one works. Okay, thank you. So, yeah, it's like I didn't think, Yeah, I know most sites are like 25 or 30 for a hat. So I think $20 is pretty good. So there you go. Hold on here. Now I got to find something else. You don't need that. Don't need that. There we go. Okay. Ah. Okay. I will tell Mr. Mick. Because his wife just put that back on, or the hat on today, so let me tell him while we're here. Hey, they were notifying me that when they're clicking on the shirt or the hat, they get an error message. Just FYI. Yeah, I have no idea how any of that works at all. So, oh, now what? Oh, rain alarm. So yeah, it's like I said, I didn't plan on it at all. What do I recommend for gluing on a plastic or bone nut? Okay, well, Greasy, I sent him a message. He'll let Mrs. Mick know. So, Marshall. I would say I usually do a drop of super glue. And I'm not talking a lot, and I'm not talking on the back of the nut against the fretboard. I'm just talking below it. So what I do when I have it is I'll have both E strings on off to the side. I'll put one drop of glue, like if an acoustic, obviously you can put it in the middle, or even a house strat. Unless you have a gap in the middle because some of them are low enough that the truss rod's there and there's nothing in the middle. But if you can glue it in the middle, put one drop in the middle, put it in place, put your two E strings on, make sure they're spaced right, and tighten them down, tune them up. And then if you can put a clamp on it, do it. If not, let the strings hold it in place. Oh, Lewis is saying it works on Google. Lewis, copy the link and put it in here if you got it working that way. Oh, well, thank you, David. Cool. All right, so we got Dane going there. Then I always show this one. Um, Let me check on something here. Because remember, I told you guys I had songs that I didn't want to play because I didn't like how they turned out. That one in here. Yeah, I'm on the fence. You guys want to hear this one? I'm on the fence about this one. Oh wait, you should be able to hear it through here now. Yeah, thank you guys. Thank you very much. But there's another one on here that I never played for you guys yet because I'm on the fence whether I like it or not, the way it turned out. And I'm actually thinking about rewriting the words, or well, not really completely rewriting them, just some of the phrasing. Because, but here's what I'm concerned about. I don't know if it's the way. I don't know if it's how he mixed it that doesn't sound right, or if it's a combo of the mixture and the way I had some of the words. Yes, I use Gorilla Glue all the time. So let me see if I can hear it on here first. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, boy. Crap. I probably just woke her up. I forgot the speakers were on. Hold on. I got to shut them off. I thought, why am I here feeling that bass? This KRK 10-inch powered sub is freaking killer. All right, now which one? Oh. I may have. I kept turning that up, thinking, why is the headphone? Then I start feeling it, and it's 12:07. I may have, because our bed's right above me. I don't know if I did this. I don't know how to explain this. I kind of got hooked on that, what I call Southwestern type acoustic sound on here. And it's on, I use the same sound for My Hell and one of the other ballad type ones. And so what happened was I got it on here and I got the music down. Then when he sang it, he really like strained on this one. And then the mix is kind of weird too. And then when I actually, here doing it, listening, it didn't, the singing was, oh yeah, okay. Then after it all got done and I got sent back, yeah, you can. That's fine. But yeah, no problem, Derek. But when the song came back to me, I started listening to it, and it's like something's not right. Like a couple of times, it's like there's too many words in a line, and he didn't break right. And then I'm listening to the mix, and thinking, so it's like a combination of things. So I'm thinking about rewriting the words, more or less taking some out and just rearranging it so it still works. And then maybe this coming fall have him do this one again. I don't know. If you guys want to hear it, I'll play it. I can now play it through here where you can hear it without the. So let me know if you're interested. And you guys would be the only people I've ever let hear this. Because he did some screaming in here, and it was like, I thought he was going to blow his vocal cords out. All right, here you go. Let me know if I need to turn up or down. Hold on, I guess. All right. Up or down? Oh, wait, you guys can't hear it yet. Dang it, hold on. Oh, my God, I'll get it. Okay, can you hear that now? Okay. Up or down?
I walked these streets 1,000 times before. They don't whisper my name anymore.
It's about not being able to go home again.
The doors are closed. The lights feel wrong. Like I've been gone far too long. Shadows fall where I once stood. Nothing feels as it should. Every step pulls me through a life I swear I never knew. I reach for something I can't hold. A ghost of me that's growing cold. No road back to where I've been, no way to feel that place again. The past is gone like the wind, and I don't know where I've been. I see it clear, I can't pretend. You can't go home.
See, it's like he's rushing the words.
Familiar faces turn so old, looking through me like I'm cold. Laughter echoes in my head for my life, long since dead. Every corner tells a lie, who I was before goodbye. Time moved on without a trace, left me lost in empty space.
He had a very hard time doing that. And that's not me playing the lead either.
No road back to where I've been, no way to feel that place again. The past is gone like the wind, and I don't know where I've been in. I see it clear, I can't pretend. You can go home again. Was it me? Or did it stay? Did I lose or taken away? Every memory cuts like glass, reaching out but it won't last. I kept running just to find there's no returning in time. No road back to where I've been.
See, I don't like that part either.
Feel that place again. The past is gone like the wind. I don't know where I've been. I sit there, I can't pretend. You can't go home again. I'm just a stranger in my pride.
You can hear his voice cracking there.
Road back, no road back.
So I don't know if I like that one or not. In some of the words, it's like he rushed. He's like running them together too much, and then that whole thing with the background vocals doing that. I don't know if I like that. So I am thinking about eliminating some of the words and shuffling them around so they fit a little bit better. And then also, if Kevin does it again or Tim does it, because he tried too high. He tried to go too, and I told him, I said, "You're not 20 again anymore. None of us are." And I know after he did that, he couldn't talk for like a day and a half. He was like, "Holy crap!" Well, thank you, Derek. That's why I'm asking for honest opinions. So he pushed it too hard. I had too many words in one line because a couple times you hear him like, "Yeah, it gets and he's like trying to, and it just didn't work. And then the overall mix is like, so I don't really, it's like, it's not what I wanted. The same with that Death Is Coming. That one didn't turn out right either. And I knew that, there would be some I wouldn't like. But again, because the whole thing was he was trying different things and things he wanted to try on other paying customers, I guess. So, we talked about that for a long time. Like, you may love some of it, you may hate some of it, Yeah, well, that's what I told him, Peggy. I said, man, because he was drinking hot tea with honey after that. No, we're not. No, we're not doing anything, David. It's just to get out and we're just going to release the stuff. That's all. We're all too old to I'd have to hobble out there with a cane and stand with a walker. This is just to get him recorded, then just put it out there so it's there. And that way something in my life that I've done is always going to be there. So I still say I think he sounds best. I do think he sounds best on One Night Eternal. There's just something about that. And no, it's not why I wrote the song that's about it. It's just the way he sang that is, I don't think anybody could have done that song any better than he did it. That and Jack the Ripper. But I think on One Night Eternal, man, he nailed that. And he just, I mean, seriously, I always say he sounds like Ray Gillen on it. But I don't think Ray Gillen could have sung it better than he did. So, let's see. Well, now I want to hear it. Sorry, guys. It'd been great to have Ronnie sing them. But I think this is probably the best one he did out of all of them. Listen, Ogre. I don't want to run over Ava. There you go, Derek. That's what you're listening to. Yes, David. Then the ending is right. Oh, hold on. Wrong mouse. Yeah, so he thank you, Derek. Yeah, Ogre, he does. Yeah, he sounds a lot like Ray. So that, and then the wow. I think my mouse is going bad. So these will be released, guys. Hold on. I may hollow flash this. Dang it. That and that go to Billy.
Their blood begins to spill.
Yeah, I'm thinking of doing it in red hollow flash. Keep looking for the camera over here. I still don't know what the background's saying right there. First, it sounds like they're saying Valhalla, then it changes to something else. But it's funny to think over that. There's the words. Why is it on repeat? So, yep. Yeah, I'm looking at that and I'm thinking red hollow flash. Initially, I thought red and green. And I thought, well, then I can only play it around Christmas. Oh, that was yeah, All the King's Men was recorded in 1989. The original version of that song, I wrote it in 88, we recorded it in 89. Says it right there. Well, maybe. So I wrote that song 38 years ago. God. We recorded it 37 years ago. And then I redid it just recently. So, but that is actually how I wanted it to sound, because it's complete, and nobody here, my wife, my kids, because they all grew up hearing the original version, and I played that for them, and they're like, "That's good, but it's not the song." I said, "I know, but this is how I wanted it to be then." But the guy who recorded vocal-wise, that was before Kevin, couldn't do that, so we didn't do it that way. Okay, send it, Dave. Yeah, I'm up there at the top, Ogre. So the guy in the middle, you notice it's not the same photo. That's the singer the record company gave us, and he couldn't do it. So we ended up getting rid of him. And we got Kevin. Oh, by the way, I'm not going to show it because he didn't tell me if I could show it or not. But MPN sent me a video of him playing the bass. He got it all put together. And do I have the original? Yes, I do, but not on here. It's on tape. I don't. Here's the funny part. I don't have a copy of the CD anymore. I don't have an original copy of the tape anymore. All I have is one that's been dubbed about 20 times on a cassette. But the original one, because the song, the words, kind of that knight's shining armor type deal, and I was getting into Dio more at that time, so I wrote a Dio song, and even the original version's like, it's a lot more Dio-ish. And this version is how I wanted it, or pretty close to that. I mean, granted, 38 years later, my tastes are going to change, but I wanted it because it's not heavy. It's a lot like dun 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 dun. It's all, and I didn't even realize at the time. It would remind you of it would remind you of Holy Diver, the original version of it. Oh. David, you just sparked my interest. Lime green and black, that's it. Well, I told you, Derek, you're going to have a hard time. You're going to have a hard time getting a red one. Which I think you said you found that out. Let me save this, just the photo. So, David, are you painting this? Uh-oh, I hear her up. Are you going to paint that? Oh. Because I may steal a rendition of that. But, you know what I find funny? They did my trick. Look, they went with the color underneath the Floyd instead of just black like every other one. That'd go along good with this one. Yeah, Ogre, this is Billy got it today. He reboxed it up better, and he's shipping it to me tomorrow. And then when that box gets here, I'll have 2 boxes, and I can send those 2 back to him. And for those of you, if you want a hat, there they are. So, yeah, yeah, Billy's getting the striped and the woofy. Wolfie. So does, see, all the other lights. Wait a minute. Let me try something here. Hold on. Hey, Tim. Good to see you. Let me try something here for a minute. I got to do this. I don't know how well it'll work, if it'll work. It may not work. We'll see. Because what happens, especially with the 4K camera, it tries to auto correct everything. So here's what I'm going to try. You can see MJ's pickup right there. I think I can't. I got my back to you, so I can't tell if you guys can see that right or not. But there's that. And then this one, the yellow freaking glows on that. Look at that in the back. Same way with the rainbow one up there. Look. And then that one. I need to get more of those bar lights. Those things are killer. Because if I could get like 6 more, man, I'd have 1, 2, 3, 4, and then 2 back in the back wall shooting up. There you go, Derek. I mean, the worst she can say is no. You know, it's been a while since she's done one for me, but it's I never actually, when you call and I talked to somebody there and told them I want MJ to make it, but apparently she wasn't a supervisor then. But again, I can't see her stop making them. I can't. She's at least got to be making them for, you know, all the stars out there. Because believe me, she makes killer pickups. Yeah, yeah, I would love to. Like I said, I'm friends with her on Facebook. I talk to her all the time on there, but it's not Ron Gunner. So, I mean, like she makes well, she did make the ones for Slash and pretty much a bunch of guys, and I can't see her not making any more for them. Oh, I would, yeah, I wouldn't. I would have a nice photo with her. No channel ID. Oh, wait a minute. Hold on. This is going to kill. Let me switch mics. I really, really wish I had 2 of those receivers instead of just that one. I think that would be cool. Very cool. Because that I just happened to look over and the red started blinking. Did it shut off completely? Or could you guys hear me say that? Yeah. Oh, wow. That was loud. Yeah, because I would, like I said, she's at the workbench now. I haven't got the heart to tell her she's my pinup girl. She might take that wrong. Yeah, so this is still, the transmitter is still 2/3 full. But the receiver, see the red? It started blinking red, and I thought, uh-oh. Found out it doesn't blink very long. It just shuts off. Yeah, I don't think she would quite understand me telling her she's my pinup girl at my workbench. And I don't need slapped by my favorite pickup maker. Don't need slapped by her for sure. Did I get anything? Hold on. Oh, okay. Yeah, or I might get slapped at it too, and I don't want to get that either. Hold on, let me move comments. Yep, there we go. Derek, did you get your shirt? Did it come in yet? Well, she's supervisor now. She don't have. See, I don't know. I don't know. Ow, thumb hurts. So yeah, we got. Yeah, I don't know where. I don't know anything about the NAM. As far as uh, well, I would say I assume she's there, stays there somewhere. I don't know how. I got to get there first. Excuse me. What I would do if I get there, if I get there, I will probably take. I'd say that one, the green one I just showed you. Take the pickup out, take it to her, and have her sign the top, the over the green. Then I'd clear over top of it, so it'd stay there. I wanted to. Let's see. Hold on, let me look on her. I don't even know how much more she's posted since then. Quite a bit, because that was a while ago. Hold on, I'm looking. to see if I could find one of her posts. Billy, I'm saying no, but that's your choice for your question about relicking. Let's see. That's my answer, Billy, but I don't really go for that anyhow, so the heck? Oh. Come on. Where's MJ? I want to find the photos she showed of the orange. Oh, by the way, in case you guys want to know, there's only 34 Mondays before Christmas. Just in case you guys was interested. Uh-oh. Sorry, MPN, if you're here. Pens beat the Flyers 3-2 in the playoffs. I might have them up, Ogre. I love Christmas. Oh, come on. Where is MJ? Um, oh, there they are, right here. Wow, she posted that 8 weeks ago. Look at these orange, black winters. Oop, hold on. With Seymour Duncan, you don't get orange pickups from them. I would actually probably put those in the black with orange or the orange with black crackle. And I told her that. Then she told me call the custom shop. Reese, what do you say? Hey Ron, Luke is gonna owe us some good stuff. There you go. I like it. I like it a lot. Yeah, I would put that. I would put those pickups in that guitar. That orange and black crackle. And they do. I mean, they look And she made them. That's why she was showing them. And she wrote back. I said, I really need a set of those orange and sentient Nazgul. She wrote back, just go to the Seymour Duncan custom shop page. Thank you. But actually, I would take them in the Black Winters too. Although I've never tried the Black Winter neck pickup. I have no idea what that sounds like. Would you guys believe me if I told you my Christmas time, my wife, we have anywhere between 9 and 11 trees at Christmas time. So down here in the cabin, my Christmas tree down here is decorated with like bear ornaments and stuff like that. I didn't take it down. Not this year. It's still up over there. And a matter of fact, it's still plugged in. Now it's getting to the point where it's just too late to take it down. I'll have to put it right back up. So I may unplug it in July and August, but that's it. So Derek, yeah, you can call. I don't know. I just don't know if she's making them anymore, but I know she made that one. That's why she was showing them. Yeah, I mean it's too late to take it down now, so just leave it up. Just unplug it for a couple months. That's all. I do love Christmas. And Derek, I missed our cabin we had down in the Smokies. Christmas down there, great. So anything else you guys want to talk about? We're at 3.5 hours, or almost 3.5 hours. There you go. Well, last year she bought I forget what brand they are, but they're the permanent outside lights that you can actually change all the colors and use them for like 4th of July and Easter and all that stuff. So that's what's on the outside, which is good because I don't have to go up on a ladder anymore, put lights up. But she's only used them for Christmas. We never used them for anything else. I may use them for 4th of July. Just do red, white, and blue. Excuse me. You can program them any color you want. Or you can have them all white, whatever. You know, it's pretty much any color. It's a phone app, actually. It controls them. But they mount up there pretty much permanent, and you don't have to ever take them down or worry about them. They're weatherproof. So. Well, I had a friend who used to say he would tell his girlfriend when she would come over, she's like, "Why don't you make your bed?" He said, because why would I make my bed, get up in the morning, make it just to come back in and mess it up at night? He said, it's a no-win situation. I make it, mess it up, make it, mess it up. So I just leave it messed up and go to bed. There you go, Dave. I tell you what, they are nice. Yeah, he would, she used to get, they never did get married. That might be why. But he's like, why would I get up and do this just to tear it apart? And then get up and do it again. He said, I'm not gaining anything. He said, he goes, and you're the only one that comes back here to the room, so don't worry about it. He had that kind of outlook on a bunch of stuff, though. Like cutting the grass. I cut the grass, it grows back. So he let the grass grow for about a month, then he cut it. That argument doesn't work for everything. But he tried. That's good. Yeah, I've always loved Christmas. Always loved Christmas. And I'm still, when I get a guitar delivered or something like that, I'm still like a kid at Christmas time. I got to rip it open and go for it. Yeah, we do it once a week here, cut the grass and do all the trimming. Wow. 5 years is a little too much. Yeah, he did the same thing with her, with his car. He's like, why wash it? It just gets dirty again. I mean, it was, I did. I told him, I said, dude, seriously, that argument does not work for everything. You can say it for everything, but it doesn't really work for everything. So he never did. Yeah, they never got married. I think the whole messy bed thing kind of went wrong with her. So, anything else you guys want to talk about, or are we done? What? Tree fell on the house and it's still there? The city doesn't have any codes to be enforced over stuff like that? Hmm. Wow. Well, if the grass hasn't been cut in 5 years, you probably can't see the house anyhow. So, Billy, we found your new job. Go down there in Peggy's town and be the code enforcer. Rain alarm. Raining right now. Letting me know. Yeah, you can see the. I'll turn it down. Camouflaging. Yeah. So I think the rainbow crackle really looks wild under the black light because it just looks like there's a black stripe through the middle of it. There you go, Billy. Go down to Alabama. Be the code enforcer and take care of everything. Not to mention, you can go to Fort Payne and say hi to the Alabama guys. Jim, you ought to just go over and cut it. Don't tell him. Just go over and cut it one day and say, hey, sorry, dude, had to do it. Car covers. Oh well. You'll have it. So, all right, what we got? Got two ready for Billy. Got one coming from Hawaii and one coming from Texas. Both need worked on. So, the bass player from Bold Actions is supposed to bring his bass and one of his guitars over. I never know when exactly that'll happen until he's outside in my house. Then he texts me, hey, I'm here. Can you look at these? Cold this week. 80s last week, 50s this week, raining. 38 last night. Yeah, Peggy, I do. And like I said, MPN, he got the bass together and playing. I don't want to. He sent me a photo. He's trying. I didn't have the screws for the pickups. Excuse me. I didn't have the screws for the pickups on it, and so when I sent it to him, I had them taped because the only screws I had were way too big. And he didn't have any. He went to like a couple of the stores looking for them, and they didn't have any either. So he ordered some off of eBay. So he still the blue tape still on it, but he got it put together, and he sent me a video of him playing it. So I can let you hear it, I think. He didn't have it set up or anything. He just got it going and got it.
Hey, brother. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, that was right. Like I said, he just had the strings on it and plugged it in and was trying it. He has since he did that video, set it up and everything. So, but he liked that bass because it was the Flyers colors. Because the minute I showed it that night on the show, saying I didn't know what I was going to do with it, put it together and just leave it here or sell it, he started going through the phone like crazy. Because during the show, I kept getting notifications. So other than the screws, he ordered some. It's either eBay or Amazon. because I never heard that bass play. The store got it brand new. It was either white or silver originally, and the store got it brand new, and it had a dent, a big dent, like in a part of a chip out of it. So they took the strings off of it and the neck, and then sent the whole body down with my daughter, which had, everything in it. And I don't know what happened to the screws. They must have got used on something else. They're an inch long, but they're real skinny. And I showed him the screws I got in the container, and I had so many of them, but not the right ones. So I never heard the bass play at all. Then when I went up there a couple weeks ago, they gave me the bass, the body, and the neck. I still had the pickups and bridge here. Well, the bridge, I put the bridge back on it for display, but so he's got it working. I keep trying to talk him to move over towards Pittsburgh, but now it's probably not a good time. Pittsburgh may have knocked Phillies Flyers out of the playoffs. I'm not sure. So, all right, anything else from anybody? Any comments, questions, concerns, criticisms, photos you want to show, song you want to hear, or whatever? Let's do it. Now, see, I'll go live tomorrow, and I don't have anything to do, and I hate that. I really do, because I feel, and it's just me, I feel me sitting here talking like this is just not good enough for you guys. Yes, Ogre, that is a Charvel Pro San Dimas Pro mod. Concern backstage? Go ahead. Oh, okay. Never mind. You're talking. Never mind. Sorry. Yeah, I just sitting here like this. It's like I want to make it this worth your guys' while to be here. Again, that's why I upgraded the cameras and painted some more of the bench or the shelves, make everything look more professional. Play Jack the Ripper. Okay. Well, thank you. I try. I try. I mean, my little thing I told Uncle Green, I was almost afraid to tell you guys that, but I figured we're all adults. We're all adults here. All right. So, you asked me to play Jack the Ripper, which I will, but before I do, any other comments, questions, anything? But yes, Ogre, it is a Charvel. I do have a green stainless steel Floyd set for it, so. Yeah, he's told me that for a long time, but I've never gotten it. That's fine with me, Ogre. I'm the one back there chanting, going, Ogre, 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 as you down the beer out of the trophy. Well, you know what happens? And it's good that it happens. I'll go for a stretch like this where there's nothing here to work on. Then all of a sudden, I'll get everything at one time, and I'll have like 5 or 6 things to get done. And I already have Rich's ready. Rich's and Dane's are both ready to paint. I just got to get the room together, the paint booth together, and the weather to cooperate. Cool. Send me a picture and see who they belong to. Now they're already green. They're neon green. Oh, here's a collage of some of my amps. That's one. Here's the other. All right, what is going on here? I'm trying to get out of this. Oh, library, and I don't want. There we go. Oh, here's the wiring for CC's guitar I did with the 2 different capacitors onto the switch. So you have 3 sounds. And I never did finish the drawing. I drew it out. I was going to do it properly on the computer. Maybe I can do that. JPS pickup. Cool. Actually, it's not. It's not as bad as you think it is. It looks worse than it could. Well, again, that's because of my drawing's not exactly. I may even have to do the headstock like this on that green Charvel. I did on that one. I got green. See the green. But the next paint job I'm going to do for myself, though, seriously, is that one I showed you the other day, Ogre. I am going to do that. I just can't decide if I want to do it in red or green. Okay, let me see if I got the photo this time. Nothing yet. Nothing yet. The Ripper guitar. I had the photo that was on for this show to start was the that's the cover photo for the Dying to Play, the songs you hear. That would be the cover art. Dying to Play. You guys want to hear the Ripper. All right, hold on. Oh, there it is. Okay. All right, here we go. Oh, wrong one. Yes. She did a great job on it. Up, down. Yeah, Amanda does great work. Try it again, Ogre. Yeah, that would be cool to play this song on that bloody guitar.
Tales of horror and woe as fear grips tight and the streets grow low.
Yeah, I've seen that photo. Good photo. Nice one. It's just blank.
In the shadows, he waits his hunger unbound. A nightmare haunting London's ground.
Oh, you know what's really weird about these, because when all this stuff was recorded, all the echo and all that stuff wasn't on it. It was just the bare tracks. Sent it, and then he added all that. So, Gmail is killing you. All right. All right, everybody. With that, oh, wait a minute. Turn this back on. With that, everybody, I won't be on Thursday night because I have to be at the hospital at 5 a.m. So there will be no Thursday night show. But I'll be back Friday night. Dave will be here. I don't know if I can get him on the show at all. I'm going to try. Because it would be, he could tell you, like I said, he's known me for 40 years. Over 40 years. 43 years. So, but he can tell you my story. And you can ask, hi, babe. Wait, am I seeing things or is she here? Oh, hi. Hi, how you going? Like I said, he was there at the start of the band, the whole thing, getting it started. And all the hard stuff we had to do at the beginning to get it going. And then again, we were at the first studio with him. That's the picture of me and him by the gold and platinum records. Which for those of you who may not know, I'll show you. Yeah, Raymond, I would love to. I would definitely love to do that with her. Yeah. That's me and him. That's 1987. So he'll be here Friday. And like I said, last time he was here, I couldn't get him on here. But now it's a different situation. He may do it. Yeah, I would love to do that backstage. I think it'd be cool. Very cool. You never seen that, Ogre? I had a Kramer Ripley. Keyword is there is had. That's not even a good photo of it. There's other photos somewhere. But that was in the studio. Um, this was well, this was in one of the studios, recording with one of my Alvarez's, and then the singer that the record company gave us that we ended up getting rid of. This is him. This was in the back room of the other studio. I was playing the piano. He was playing. We was writing a ballad, and I have no idea how to play piano. I play by ear. Stuff sounds right. I make it work. I couldn't tell you what keys are what. I have no idea. And then and here's one of my smoking pictures. This is my Alvarez 12-string Yari, which I wish to God I still had that back. That was one of our practices. Now my hair eventually got almost down to my waistline in the back. Almost. And again, I'm going to cover that up. But there's one of the magazines we were in. I'm on the end over here with the ESP shirt on, and we're sharing a page with Lita Ford. And also, there were, I gotta find. I thought they were in here. I have them somewhere. When Brad Paisley opened for us, basically. Yeah, well, she showed those to me. Yeah, Raymond, she showed those to me before. So, yeah, I had the Ripley. I do have the Dennis Klein. I don't think it's on here. Oh, I had this Kramer too. I sold this not too long ago. The one this one. Oh, wait. This one right here. I traded this into a local guitar store, not my aunt's store, another one. And then they sent it back in the back because they found a crack in the fretboard, which no problem. I mean, you could fill it and it was done. And then I wanted to buy the guitar back, and I went there to get it, and they don't know what happened to it. No one knows where it went. They didn't sell it, and they can't find it. And it is a Washburn Parallax 29 fret. Beautiful, beautiful guitar. And nobody knows where it's at. They checked the records. It never got sold. This is one of the store or one of the well, shared stage with him. He played guitar with us, but he's one of the teachers, and I took it there. And he does cool guitars of the week. And it had the what do they call that? Something Fenton tuning stability. And the thing is, I can't find any more of those. And here's another photo of it. But look at how pretty that top was on it. And the 12th fret had like a yeah, the Buzz Fenton, that's it. Here's Jim here. And you can hear him on all kind of albums, and he toured with Leather Leone and everything else. He came down here one day because he was went to look at a couple guitars, and he was playing my red it's the V Annihilator, the one Dane ended up with. Which is this one. I ended up trading that to Dane. That was the fretboard. Had the devil on the 12th marker. And Dane had it for a long time. He finally ended up selling it. Here is me at 16 or 18 months old. I'm not sure. With that Gibson Les Paul. So you see why that guitar will never be sold by me. And I traded this one to Dane too. Actually, Dane sent me a guitar and a little cash for that one. And then Greasy, I'm sorry, Greasy, I just read your comment. 40 Grit ended up with this one. But he took the nuclear off of it. Yeah, I don't know what happened to it, Peggy. And its funny part is I can't even find any of those on Reverb of that guitar. You can find parallaxes, but what they show up is the Michael Sweet V parallax. I cannot find that one. Neck through, beautiful guitar. I should have never got rid of it. But they don't know. They have no idea what. Here's some of the ones that are in well, 1, 2, 3 of these are in storage. The Les Paul's hanging there. The red Charvel's in storage. The 2 acoustics that you really can't see on the end here are in storage. The Twilight Zone, the black one, and the green one are now gone. But those were the Charvel cases mine came in. They looked like the Fender cases. They were tweed with the red fur, and they said it had the Charvel logo. Actually, you can see it right above the black one, the headstock on the black one. You can see it kind of sticking out there. And then you can see under that was my Randy Roses I painted green. That's after I painted green. Although can't really tell in this camera's trying to change it. It's literally a 70 Barracuda green. And then after I did that, I realized I didn't like it and I sold it. And that was a 1984 Jackson. American made. That was my Twilight Zone. There's the Les Paul right there, the Junior. This was before Cole. So it still looked like new. I don't know, David. I'm hoping that it's there somewhere and they just don't remember where they put it. Here was my solar. Dane ended up with this one too. That's what I said. Dane ended up with a lot. This was under black lights. Here's my blue Model 2, 1987. That was the inside of the case. That looks orange here, but it was red. Bought that guitar with the case brand new in 87 for $750. And this is the one I kicked myself. All I have left is that strap you see there, and that's the original. This is right when I got it. So within the first week, we pulled that tremolo off, and I put a Black Floyd on it. This was my my G&L Tele hollow body. I traded to a guy, and he still has it, and it's his favorite guitar. It was orange transparent. Sounded freaking phenomenal. As a matter of fact, I asked him last weekend. I said, hey, if you ever want to get rid of that, let me know. It ain't going nowhere. But they're about to have a kid, so that may change. All right, everybody. let's see. Yeah, something did pop up, David. Hold on. I did get a notification. Ooh. Did you paint that? Yeah, see that extra line. Nice. I looked at it and I thought maybe it was reflection. Sweet, man. Telling you, you do good work. Tim's still here? He sent me these. Cool. Or did he leave? Tim did this. He said he built this one. Oh, there you are. Okay. Love the pick guard. I like they look like single coil invaders. That's neat. Very nice, man. See, I love looking at guitars like this. I love you guys sending me photos of what you did. And again, honest to God, I'll have you guys on here. You don't have to stay the whole show if you don't want to. If you want to, you can. But you come on here and personally show, like Billy did, show your guitars, talk about them. If you want to stay the whole time, we'll stay the whole time. If you want to stay just long enough to talk about your stuff, your guitars, or your paint work, that's up to you. I want to get the chat. I want to get you guys interactive in it. That's what I said. I'm not doing this channel for me. This channel, I'm doing it for you guys. And that's another reason why I don't have super chats and all that stuff. Or PayPal QR code right there. And, you know, it's for you guys. All right. So with that, everybody, we will play the intro, the outro. And remember, you're all the biggest stars in the world. And I love you all. Sharon! I will see you guys tomorrow night. And remember, no Thursday show, but I will be back Friday. Good night, everybody.